I'd like to call to order the 751st regular meeting of the Yosemite Community College District Board of Trustees, regular meeting on February 12th, 2026 at 3 o'clock. Item number one, I don't think we have to deal with. That's it, right? Have anything else to do, Graciela?
So we're 2.2.
2.2. Establishment of roll call for quorum, please.
For the record, student trustee Gutierrez is out at the moment. Trustee Aguilar? Reminder, if you folks can put on your microphone, that would be greatly appreciated. Trustee Beggs?
Here.
Trustee Garrett?
Here.
Trustee Hinton? Here. Trustee Nicolau?
Here.
Vice President Davis?
Here.
President Richards?
Here.
Quorum is established.
Okay, we don't have to deal with 2.3. 2.4, do we have any statements of conflict? I think, Antonio, we have a couple people, right?
Trustee Aguilar, there's two resolutions on the board agenda, 6.8 and 6.9. And there is a resolution dealing with absences for Trustee Hinton as well on item 6.10.
2.5, do we have 2.5? Do we have any public comments? See none. Okay, we do have a closed session. Madam Stenographer?
For the record, the board will adjourn to closed session to address items 3.1 through 3.4 listed on the closed session agenda, adjourning at 3:02.
Very good. We'll be back. The 731st regular meeting of the Yosemite Community College District on February 12th, 2026 at 5:30. We have nothing to report out of open session. Trustee Gutierrez, could you lead us in the pledge, please? Okay, we do not have anyone member participating virtually, so we don't have to worry about that. No report from closed session.
4.3 roll call.
Oh, yeah, that'd be a good idea. I've screwed up already. Roll call, please.
Student trustee Gutierrez,
Present.
trustee Aguilar, trustee Beggs,
Here.
trustee Garrett,
Here.
trustee Hinton, trustee Nicolau,
Here.
vice president Davis,
Present.
and president Richards.
Here, thank you.
Is established.
So on statements of conflict, trustee Aguilar and trustee Hinton will be recusing themselves on a couple areas. Anyone change of order of business? Seeing none, we'll move on. Now we're at public comments. Just want to make a few statements about public comments. You're allowed up to 4 minutes, and we ask you to refrain from cursing or those kinds of things. And the chair does reserve the right, if people say the same thing over and over again, to limit speech, but hopefully won't have that. So with that, first speaker, please.
Brett Treat. I hope I said that correctly.
Welcome.
I guess like all three are on. Oh, you don't. Tests. Good. Good afternoon. I've come here to raise concerns I've had regarding presence of groups such as Turning Point USA and the YEF on campus and their attempts at being associated with MJC. I'd not be here if my only disagreement with them, if these groups was around political opinions, like how much should be paid in taxes or anything like that. I'm 100% for respectful political discussion that are done in good faith. They are integral to a functioning society, and I'm completely for them. These groups, in my opinion, are not acting in good faith. I'm not going to go over into the organizations of TPUSA or YF the whole, since I know we only have so much time to speak. So I'll mainly focus on the groups that are present here on MJC. They repeatedly demonstrated that their goal is to antagonize students. In their own words on social media, their goal is to make leftists feel triggered. They put up posters that cover large amounts to upload displays, taking away space from their students to display their own posters. Their signs include statements such as, "Men don't belong in women's restrooms," "Trans ideology is satanic," and "All illegal immigrants are criminals." These aren't mere differences in opinion. They are intentional attacks on members of the community. Calling people criminals because of their immigration status is not a mere difference in opinion. It's an attack on the people who attend their school, people whom the school themselves in the past has said are welcome to gain an education and to feel safe in doing so. Calling trans women men that wish to do harm to women is not a difference in opinion. It's an attack on people who attend their school. Reducing people's existence to an ideology is not reducing people's existence to an ideology that is evil personified is not a difference in opinion. It's an attack on people who attend their school. I am not an ideology, I am a human being. I'm not as familiar with YF as a national organization as I am with TPUSA, but I do know the two have share similar beliefs and presumably similar goals. With that in mind, I can assure you that neither of them are acting in good faith, wanting to work to spread positive discussion. They want to be here so they can attack groups they don't like, including LGBTQ+, immigrants, people of color, or people who don't believe in traditional gender norms like they do. Nothing positive can come from having MJC be associated with them as a group, and I urge you not to let them enjoy the privileges of being a club here at MJC or any other form of association with MJC. Thank you.
Next speaker, please.
David Smith.
Good afternoon.
Welcome.
College clubs should exist on a college campus to add to the community. They should provide a platform for like-minded people with similar interests to join together. However, any club that exists which follows a hateful and divisive purpose isn't a club, it's a gang. Clubs like Young Americans for Freedom actively push rhetoric that demeans and divides all MJC students, which is why it is important to disband platforms that allow for hate to flow freely within our community. Young Americans for Freedom should be disbanded. Thank you.
Next speaker, please.
Sam Osegueda. Osegueda.
Welcome.
Good afternoon. My name is Sam Osegueda. I'm here to talk as a concerned MJC student. This semester started off rough for me because I became aware of two groups on campus, Young Americans for Freedom and Turning Point USA. I didn't think much of them at first, as I know how public spaces work on this campus. However, I was disgusted to find out that these groups are allowed to have our school name associated with them. Some of the things that were said that were mentioned previously, men don't belong in women's restrooms, illegal immigrants are criminals, and trans ideology is satanic. One statement that I regret not recording with my interaction with this person was that trans people aren't trans, they are wicked, twisted individuals that need help. Now, on its face, these can just be statements. But I can assure you, as someone who has heard these phrases repeated time and time again growing up, these are dog whistles to a group that don't care about people like me. Queer students, immigrant students, students that are just trying to thrive and see a brighter and safer future for themselves. Do you know how disheartening it is to read the things that they say online and see that they have MJC in their name? I'm used to seeing the hateful stuff. I'm used to that part. But Modesto Junior College, being part of it, is an additional knife in the chest. Just yesterday, a pride flag was ripped off of our balcony outside of the Pride Center, and I can't help but think and fear that organizations like this make it feel like this kind of behavior is okay. I love community. I love seeing people come together on campus. But I can't excuse these groups as just trying to come together. Their goal is divisive. Thank you.
Next speaker, please.
Those are all the public speaker cards we have.
Is there anyone that didn't fill out a card would like to speak? Please. And please state your name for the record.
My name is Seth Rodriguez, and I'll be speaking on behalf of both me and Hannah Methvin. I will be speaking for the president of a club currently forming called the Pirates for Peace. Her name is Hannah Methvin, and she could not be here tonight due to conflicts with the rehearsal for the MJC musical. The Young Americans for Freedom and Turning Point USA MJC chapters are harassing students and disrupting the culture at MJC. Student opposition to these clubs is so strong that over 200 MJC students showed up for our protest on the 29th of January, even with only 12 hours of notice. Following this, in less than 2 weeks, we gathered over 250 followers on our Instagram. There is high demand from student voices for action to be taken against the students leading these clubs that are harming our community. They continuously spread hate speech against leftists and Satanists, which is discrimination against individuals with specific religions or political beliefs. Under the federal government, California, and MJC policy, these are protected groups. What they have done is not only illegal, but seriously breaks the students' handbook guidelines. This board needs to take immediate action to see that severe and just punishment is dealt against these clubs and their members. A harassment claim has already been filed, and despite the fact that it's been over 7 business days, we are yet to hear back. The Young Americans for Freedom Club and the MJC Turning Point USA chapter are bullies who harass others in the name of politics, and our community will not tolerate it. Now, I will be speaking as myself. My name is Seth Rodriguez, and I am the official policy translator for the Pirates for Peace. According to the MJC website, and this is a quote, "We value and respect the diverse collective of individuals who shape our programs and services, participate in decision-making, reinforce collaborative relationships, and promote civic engagement," end quote. The Young Americans for Freedom and Turning Point USA chapters directly attack the immigrant population of MJC and encourage an environment based on fear and hate. During the Pirates for Peace protest, the Young Americans for Freedom hurled slurs against trans people and dehumanized immigrants and called them dangerous illegal aliens. The brave students of MJC have seen this hate being spread and decided to stand up to said hate. The MJC Pirates for Peace have amassed 280 members on Instagram and counting more every day. We at the Pirates for Peace push for a safer today and a better tomorrow, and we are dedicated to standing up to bigotry when we see it. We wish to call out bigotry, including but not limited to hate against immigrants, hate against queer people, hate against trans people, and hate against liberals and leftists. I was under the impression that MJC is a safe space for all. However, I have come to the unfortunate conclusion that that is simply untrue. As the message from the president of the Pirates for Peace has stated, a harassment claim has already been filed, and despite the fact that it's been over 7 business days, we are yet to hear back. The Pirates for Peace demand that this college upholds their values of a diverse collective of individuals and takes immediate action against the Young Americans for Freedom and Turning Point USA MJC chapters. Thank you.
Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon. My name is Lorelai Joy Martinez, and I am also a representative for the Pirates of Peace community. This community college's main focus is about we welcome all, we serve all, and love all. But with the Young Americans for Freedoms and Turning Point USA in our community is making it really hard to do. I've seen students of all walks of life walk this campus. I am a first-generation college student, and I'm a daughter of immigrants. I am a product of what this country can do. But I've never felt more unwelcome on campus before like this ever. These types of people spread hatred, they spread misinformation towards all kinds of people. And at some point when they scream, "I love ICE" on a community college that is meant to welcome all, that is unacceptable. I believe that no matter what everyone's beliefs are, we all can come together as the community college that we are and serve. I am also going to speak apart for our Vice President of Pirates for Peace, Alina Elm Jackson. After discovering the presence of Turning Point and Young Americans for Freedom on campus, I have had conversations with multiple people who say groups like this make them uncomfortable. The president of the club are openly hateful and hostile. People come up to our booth and tell them the conversations they have with you, arguing and points making, we have no right to record and post it. A point these groups of people make try to give hate to America. We don't. We see potential in the country, and we want to make it great as best as we can be. It's not even great. Just 100 years ago, women got the right to vote. In 1974, there was a year banks were forced to allow women and have independent financial accounts without her husband's approval. Was America great in those days during the Civil Rights Movement or in the Jim Crow? Was it great when Black people were kept as slaves, forced to work long hours in the blazing sun and freezing cold, ripped from their families, and able to fight back? Was it great when colonizers came to kill millions of Native people, when they raped women and children in those tribes? Is it great now? When leading cause of death in this country with firearms, I can't believe I have to take my brothers to school without being afraid, and will I ever see them again? When documented criminal record, free families, and be ripped apart, it is a great now. When the president of the United States has unbelievable ties to the largest sex trafficking ring in the country, these people run clubs that aren't regular Republicans, that they aren't following the religion of Christ. And I know and I love, they spread hate, misinformation, refuse to believe facts, as well as documented history in this country. These people of Turning Point and Young Americans for Freedom can go back as far as they please, but I'm sorry. But I will be mistaken if they take it arrest on us. Thank you.
Next speaker, please.
Hello, Yosemite Community College District Board members, faculty, and fellow students. My name is Everardo Mendoza. Bad Bunny's Super Bowl performance sums up this student body's message almost perfectly. The only thing more powerful than hate is love. We are here due to the growing concern of two groups known as Young Americans for Freedom and MJC's Turning Point USA on campus that are spreading information without crediting their sources and have harassed and bullied fellow MJC students online simply because they differ in beliefs and identity. As a proud first-generation Mexican-American college student, I had the honor of hosting the MJC's 40th annual Hispanic Education Conference this last October, and it was an incredibly moving experience, a vibrant celebration of culture, and a powerful reminder of the strength that could be found within comunidad, camaraderie, and knowledge. These are the qualities that make Modesto Junior College unique, diverse, and truly one of a kind. Thank you. I appreciate your time.
Next speaker, please. Okay, I'm going to close the, oh, come on up.
Hello, my name is Sophia O'Hara. I'll be representing myself first and then my friend. To the Yosemite Community College District Board, I'm a student at MJC and I wish to raise awareness to a concern that I and others in my community have regarding hate speech on campus grounds. The presence of the Young Americans for Freedom Club at MJC has led my friends and I feeling unsafe and unwelcome. The Young Americans for Freedom Club has continuously spread hateful, misinformative, and discriminatory attacks on fellow LGBTQ+ students and students of color. For example, harassing Hispanic students on their legal status and transgender students in regard to their gender expression, both verbally and through hostile flyers on the campus boards. These students are already incredibly marginalized in this country, and we should not be complicit in its spreading on college campuses as well, a place that should be there for them unconditionally. We would all have it in our highest hopes that MJC wants their students to be welcomed here, to pursue their education, engage in community, and have the space to flourish and not to be repressed. We are calling for attentiveness towards this issue and accountability to those who are harassing students. Now I will speak for my friend. This is me speaking for my friend. I want to speak out about the presence of the Young Americans for Freedom Club that is currently causing me and many of my peers to feel unsafe on campus. As an international student, their organization represents ideas that are a direct threat to my continued attendance at MJC, making me afraid to speak up personally. I have come to know MJC as a welcoming place that's protective of its students and values. We pride ourselves on our diverse community, accepting of students from all backgrounds. We offer resources for issues that YAF is advocating against, such as gender-affirming care and access to reproductive health care. As I see it, the club's principals actively oppose MJC's policies on inclusivity, and thus I believe it should be in the college's interest to prioritize the well-being of the student groups it seeks to protect. The coming together of the students today is proof of how strongly this issue affects us. Thank you.
Is there anyone else who needs to speak?
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Julian, and I've been a MJC student for about 3 years now. And I'm upset at the conduct of the MJC's Young Americans for Freedom and Turning Point USA chapters, specifically in regard to hate speech towards immigrants, leftists, people of the LGBTQIA community, and people of non-Christian faith. In addition, their choices to intentionally cast immigrant people in a negative light have made my friends feel uncomfortable and unsafe on campus when these groups are present. We were also recorded against our will, which is a crime in the state of California, as it is a strictly two-party consent state. While I don't believe that any of us will be pursuing legal action, we still do urge the board to consider these concerns as well as the concerns of my peers and take swift action to reevaluate the activities of these two clubs in regards to the safety and dignity of our student body. Thank you.
Any other speakers?
Good afternoon. My name is Amy Portillo. I'd like to express some concerns that I have with the Young Americans for Freedom. I believe that all students deserve a space to find others who agree and stand for the same beliefs. However, Young Americans for Freedom has been hostile in their viewpoints. They hand out flyers created to spread fear and paint immigrants as dangerous criminals, and often make students, especially LGBTQ students, feel uncomfortable, scared, and unmotivated to attend class. I fear for the motivation and attendance of hundreds of students affected by this club, Young Americans for Freedom. These issues affect real people who walk by you every single day. Please ensure the safety for the community, for the students, and for the people who entrust their safety in you. Thank you.
Anyone else? Welcome.
Hello, my name is Lene Salazar, and I will be expressing my concerns with the Young Americans for Freedom. It is my belief that community college is open to undocumented immigrants. If community college is open to undocumented immigrants, why are we allowing people to discriminate against our students? Turning Point USA / Young Americans for Freedom directly aims to shoo away and belittle our immigrants and LGBTQ students. MJC is a school for all who have told you can't, a place that strives to defy all limitations in order to see our community exceed. And it is apparent to me that the Turning Point USA / Young Americans for Freedom is built on the limitations of our students. It is our job as MJC staff and students to stand up and protect our students from discrimination against students, against people like me and you, against our community. Thank you.
Anyone else? Okay, I'm going to close the public hearing, get back to regular agenda. Now up to item 5, consent agenda. Is there anyone who wants to pull any items? Other than Darren, when you talk about retirees? Okay, I'll entertain a motion.
So moved.
Second.
Second.
Discussion.
So it's customary to acknowledge and talk about our retirees that are on the agenda. Pardon me, as you get older, you keep switching glasses. So anyway, first up, and he's here tonight, is Eric Andal, 23 years of service, professor of automotive technology, career and technical education at Columbia College. Well, Eric has had a long and wonderful career at the district and specifically at Columbia College. He's done a lot of things, and he's finishing out on a high note as the academic senate president for Columbia College. So I know a lot of your peers thank you for putting yourself out there and taking on that role with all of its responsibilities, and we thank you as well for doing that. But I also want to thank you for providing opportunities for people that may not have the requisite resources or whatever, but have extreme talent and hands-on abilities to get into a career field and find it very rewarding. And through your help and guidance and leadership, they've been able to have a wonderful career, provide for themselves and their families, and achieved their education goals. So with all of that, I want to thank you for that, and thank you for your 23 years of service, and wish you well in retirement, Eric. Next up is Scott Fernandez, 23 and a half years of service, Director of Enterprise Services, Information and Technology, Central Services. Scott knows better than anybody except for our Vice Chancellor of Information Technology, how technology is just rapidly evolving and changing all the time, and it's hard to keep up, especially when you're geared towards helping our students and faculty and other staff staying ahead of technology. I'm sure Scott could have a lot of stories about all the different systems and everything that have come about in his career, and I want to thank him for everything that he's done for the district and wish him well in retirement. Luz Lucy Munoz, 39 years of service, Director of Human Resources at Central Services. I know our Associate Vice Chancellor, I'm sure, is going to miss her. She's had a long and storied career here, and dealing with personnel is more difficult than you think, trying to meet all of their needs and goals and making sure that they're taken care of, hence the name Human Resource. And so I wish her well and thank her very much for her 39 years of service to the district. And that's all, and I wish her well in retirement, and that's all I have.
Thank you. Okay, now we'll move on to 6.1, District Administrative Services Annual District Audit Next Report. Oh, you're right, I forgot to take a vote on that last motion to accept the consent. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? No.
Student vote?
What? Oh, student vote?
Aye.
Okay, now we're on to 6.1. The recommended action is that the Board of Trustees receives the 2024-25 audit report attached to the February 12th, 2026 agenda and authorize its filing with the appropriate state agency in accordance with Education Code Section 84040. Trustee Garrett, is there anything to report on it, or?
This was presented at our February 2nd Board Finance Committee meeting. We had the auditors there. It's customary for us to receive it there, get the detailed analysis. That's why they're not here tonight. We gave them the night off, but the Finance Committee is recommending adoption by the full board.
Hey, do I hear a motion to approve?
He did, right there. There's your motion.
So moved.
And a second? Antonio Aguilar. Student trustee?
Aye.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Great.
Thank you.
Okay, 6.2, Board Policy 3750, Use of Copyright Material. The recommended action is that the Board of Trustees conduct a first reading and approves Policy 3750 as attached to the February 12th, 2026 agenda.
Though it's a first reading, the policy can be approved tonight, so I'm going to move for approval. Policy 3750.
Okay. Do I have a second?
Second motion.
Any further discussion? Student trustee?
Aye.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Okay, we'll move on. 6.2, policy second reading, that the Board of Trustees conduct the second reading and approves the following YCCD policies: 4010, 4020, 4025, 4100, 4103, 4105, 4227, 5050, and 7432 as attached to the February 12th, 2026 agenda. Do we have a discussion on this? No?
The Board Policy Committee is in favor of accepting the policies as presented in the agenda.
Motion to approve?
So moved.
Second?
Second.
Student trustee?
Aye.
All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. 6.4, Board Policy First Reading, that the Board of Trustees conduct a first reading on the following YCCD policies: 3050, 3100, 3280, 3440, 3600, 3810, 68015, and 68064 as attached to the February agenda.
No updates other than the Policy Committee is in favor of this first reading, and it will be back to you next month for a second reading.
Very good, thank you.
Thank you so much.
6.5, Modesto Junior College Accreditation Follow-up Report 2026. The recommended action is that the Board of Trustees approves the 2026 Modesto Junior College Follow-up Report to the January 2025 action letter from the Accreditation Committee for Community and Junior Colleges, ACCJC, and direct staff to forward the report to the Accounting Commission for for Community and Junior Colleges, ACCJC. Do we have any discussion on this? Motion to approve?
Well, first, I'll just like thank you for the work addressing all of the, there weren't that many, but the few concerns in the accreditation report. And I move that this be approved and forwarded.
Do we have a second?
Second.
Student trustee?
Aye.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. 6.6, ACCSB Board Member of the Year nomination of Leslie Beggs. The Board of Trustees approves the submission of nomination material for Leslie Beggs for the ASCSB Board Member of the Year 2026 attached to the February 12th, 2026 agenda. Motion to approve? Do
Very happy to move.
we have a second?
Yes. Second, and just a reminder, the trustee dinner this year is April 22nd with all the school boards in Stanislaus County. And we will recognize all of the board member nominees, and hopefully Leslie is chosen.
Student trustee?
Aye.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? No. Motion carries.
Congratulations.
6.7, special appointment to the VIP JPA Board of Directors, Guzman, that the Board of Trustees appoints Sal Guzman to the alternative director position to finish out the term expiring September 30th. Trevor Stewart, manager level employee, and Darren Garrett, elected official position, are currently serving their 2-year terms. Got a motion to approve?
So moved.
Second.
Second.
Student trustee?
Aye.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Motion carries. Okay, at this point, trustee Aguilar? Let's take them together. So let's take Nancy out too. That didn't sound right, did it?
No. The only one that needs to recuse, or you're taking all
I'm
of
going to do
them?
both at the same time. I adhere to the Darren.
6.8,
Garrett.
6.9, and 6.10 together.
Correct.
Like, I
Correct.
so move to approve the resolutions 6.8, as agendized in 6.8, 6.9, 6.10, board member absences.
Second the motion.
Student trustee?
Aye.
All those opposed? I'm sorry, all those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Same sign. Okay. Let's get them back in here. Okay, while we're waiting for them, we'll move on to the board committee report, 7.1. Trustee Garrett?
So as stated earlier, the Board Finance Committee met on February 2nd. We had the routine and customary items, our update on our enrollment. I'm happy to report that enrollment continues to go up. The only concern is in trying to serve all the students in the community. We're trying to make sure that we get the appropriate funding from the state for all those additional class offerings. So that's the balance. But I know the board is committed to making sure that we serve our students and serve the community, and making sure that we have the class offerings that the students need. And so we'll find that happy balance, but that's kind of the only hiccup at this point. The other items have been on the agenda tonight, which is the audit report, which is approved, and then the approval for the new rate for out of state resident tuition.
Thank you.
All I have, and on that we're recommending approval as well. So.
Okay, I don't think we have to vote on this. Okay, so trustee Beggs, if you talk about the MJC Foundation and the board policy committee report, that would be appreciated.
Well, we've already done the board policies, but there were no major changes at all. As far as the MJC Foundation, the gala was a huge success. Kudos to everyone who worked on that, and I'm sure you're going to talk about it more, so I'll let the chancellor talk about that. We have some upcoming events that fellow board members may be interested in attending. The scholarship ceremony, the Latin Comic Festival is coming up, and they're going to get some support from the foundation in helping them with sponsorships. There's also, same with Pirates Fest on the 11th, so keep your eye out. I always go to the egg first breakfast also. Last breakfast, not first breakfast. It's a first for me to be up that early. How's that? Anyway, That's it for the foundation, but things are going very well. And they raised a lot of money.
Very good. Dr. Davis, anything on the community college or Columbia College Foundation?
Yeah, we had our foundation meeting on January 16th, where we had a budget update, and the fiscal condition of the foundation is strong. Also pursuing an alumni association for Columbia College, and the foundation has taken that on and selected members for an alumni association subcommittee to really try to reach out to claim jumpers abroad to come and join this association and support their college. And by the way, speaking of alumni, when we went to Sacramento recently to visit our elected officials, and we went and visited the caucus chairperson for the Republican Party, turns out he is an alumni of Columbia College. That was pretty cool to hear that. So go alums. And I will conclude my report.
Trustee Aguilar told me he did not have a report. We'll move on to the Valley Insurance Program Joint Power Agency report. Trustee Garrett, anything to report?
Well, they had a meeting a week ago today, but unfortunately, due to a family commitment, I was not able to attend. Trevor Stewart, anything out of the ordinary? I mean, I would say that looking at the agenda, our only kind of concern that is ongoing is and it's not only impacting us, but I've mentioned it before, is the ongoing liability to all K-12 and community college as far as the legislation that opened the door on claims. And if you don't think this is a big deal, I'll say it again, that LA Unified is seeking a $2 billion, yes, I said billion with a B, bond to pay for their existing and what they feel to be ongoing liabilities. So this is a huge, huge issue statewide, and it's only going to get worse. So
Thank you.
that's all I have.
Okay, moving on to 8.1, we'll have a presentation on the Modesto Junior College Athletics Student Success Program. Dean Borton?
Good evening, YCCD Board, Chancellor Tran, and everyone here tonight. My name is David Vortman. I'm the Dean of Kinesiology, Public Health, and Athletic Director of our 22 sport teams here at Modesto Junior College. It's an honor to share with you the successes of MJC Athletics, especially with two of our women's programs tonight. I'd like to take this time to briefly share some updates with you on our athletic program at MJC. Tonight, we're going to be talking about MJC Athletics as a student success program. If I could just get the state and federal government to recognize the efforts and the work of our student athletes, we are definitely a driver of student success. MJC Athletics, we'll go to the next slide here. There we go. MJC Athletics is a major contributor to student persistence, completion, and transfer. We currently serve over 500 full-time rostered student athletes at MJC, and including red shirts and gray shirts, we're up to 700 student athletes. Our athletes averaged this past fall a 3.09 GPA as a cohort, while attempting 14.5 units in the semester. This is now an increase in GPA for the last 5 semesters in a row, and the highest that I can find in the last 10 years. All of this while most of them are maintaining full-time jobs, full-time schedules both semesters, also with their workouts, trainings, and competitions, all of it representing MJC. Student athletes represent all 10 schools at the college. In fact, 75% of them are not kinesiology or public health majors. So student athletes are in every class and everywhere on campus. Athletics also generates over $5 million annually in FTES for the number of students that we have. So in reality, athletics is not just an extracurricular activity, it is a core academic success engine. Athletics in 24 and 25, MJC Athletics received and earned over $3 million in athletic scholarships to the 4-year institutions. Student athletes consistently transfer to many high quality universities. And last year, our program ranking in the Nadia Cup standings, which recognizes all 106 community colleges in California, we had our highest rating of second in Northern California and 7th in the state as an athletic program. All of this while 95.5% of our student athletes come from the 209 area code. They are our Valley student athletes. A significant percentage of our MJC athletes are first-generation college students. It's what draws them here to the college, is their athletic endeavors. Many come from communities without strong college-going traditions, and athletics provides for them built-in mentorship with their coaches, the long hours with their coaching staff, a structured support system that we provide for them with our success specialists, counselors, and many in our offices. Accountability, they must maintain a 2.0 GPA, maintain 12 units while in and out of their sport. And of course, a sense of belonging. Student athletes feel a sense of belonging together as student athletes. This improves persistence and dropout risk. Last year, we counted, when I met with my coaching staff, about 425 of the 500 roster student athletes actually had a phone call, a visitation to their high school game, the home visitation, or if we hosted a high school event on our campus, they specifically got a come to MJC from one of our coaches, specifically recruited to come to our campus. Unfortunately, for some of our coaches, though, they don't bring the student athlete onto our campus when their high school or competing college just up the road has facilities that look a lot better. It's definitely not a recruiting tool for us. But athletics is one of our strongest equity and success tools. MJC Athletics also helps elevate the district's profile locally and statewide. We build pride, loyalty, and alumni engagement. We just had our 12th induction of our Hall of Fame class. Over 250 attended this event, and it was great to meet these alumni one-on-one. We have been #1 in attendance as a community to our events in football for the last 10 years, basketball last year, and hopefully again this year. And we host over 200 home sporting events on our campus that draws the community to us. This year, athletics will generate over $200,000 in fundraising because of our connection with our community. And this, of course, helps support recruitment both inside and outside of our service area. Really, our programs demonstrate a strong return on investment in staffing and programming. Championship level success has been achieved. Our Hall of Fame induction class, we had the 1980 national championship team come back. And before the event, they walked through the stadium and they said, "This feels like home," because it is exactly how it was when they were here in 1980. But they loved coming back and are excited to re-engage with us as a alumni group. Our people are definitely delivering results for our student athletes. And one of these teams I want to bring up now to show and to share with you their success. They won the trifecta of championships last year. They were the Big 8 Conference champions, they were the NorCal champions, and the 3C2A state champions, and that is our women's track and field team. Come on up, ladies. And our coaches, come on up. The MJC track and field women's team have these beautiful rings to commemorate their championship. But they have been on a whirlwind tour. They were recognized by the Modesto City Council. A couple of weeks ago, our Assemblyman Alanese brought them to the State Assembly floor and recognized them on the floor of the State Assembly. And now they're here representing the team to you. And so this reflects coaching excellence. We have many of our coaches in the room here. Coaching excellence shows an unwavering academic commitment by these women here, athletic development for their future. Many of them move on to other colleges, but also become important parts of our future. And so, again, success of our women's track and field team. Let's give them another hand. One other group I want to share with you, we have added our newest women's sports in 27 years. It's one of the fastest growing women's sports in California behind flag football, strong Central Valley High School pipelines, and we have added our women's wrestling program. Many of the state champions come from the Central Valley, and in doing this, we didn't displace other athletes. It actually created new access points for our student athletes. 10 women were recruited in August. It's hard to recruit in August because most have already made a decision of where they're going, but many of these women chose to come to college. They weren't planning on it, but they chose to come because we added a wrestling program. It's already one of the largest wrestling programs in Northern California, and it's comparable in size to other major women's sports we currently offer. Adding women's wrestling is a smart and forward-looking investment. And to share briefly about this addition has done to her life, I'd like to welcome up one of our women's wrestling student athletes, Caitlin Oswald.
Hi, my name is Caitlin. I come from Livingston High School, and like all the other girls on our team from the 209 area, this program has brought a lot of new opportunities to us that we definitely would not have had given if it hadn't have gotten approved. I would love to highlight the new wrestling team. We're not simply an extension of the men's team. We are a whole entire entity of our own. We do a different style of wrestling, actually. So there are some differences there, and it's not just an extension. We are building our numbers and building ourselves up from all of the background that we all individually have from our high schools. We have extensive programs under our belt from Livingston, Hillmar, Golden Valley, great programs. So women's wrestling is, of course, a rapidly growing sport, and there's no doubt that there's a lot of talent in the Valley. That doesn't mean that you have to come with experience either. We have a couple of girls in there that are just learning how to defend themselves and staying active with such a rewarding sport. But that is especially important for young women these days. And like I said, I wouldn't have been able to continue wrestling if it weren't for this new program at Modesto Junior College. I'm a first-generation college student, and I didn't have the money to move away for college, so I started working part-time close to where I live, and being able to commute to and from campus for practices and classes has given me an opportunity that I had only dreamed of having. I'm a fire technology major, so very, very physical thing to do. So when wrestling gives me a really good base for that, and it also is really special that I get to focus on both of them at the same time without having to sacrifice my my plan athletically or academically. Women's programs across California and the United States are growing on every level, and I'm grateful for Modesto Junior College to be part of that growth. Thank you.
Wait, before you go, Caitlin, before you go, you look dangerous. But I know I've actually had the opportunity to see you wrestle several times. And I just want to mention that tomorrow and Friday and Saturday right here at Central Valley High School in Ceres is the Southern Regional Championships.
Mm-hmm.
So a good place to go and recruit.
Yeah.
And congratulations. I think this is a wonderful opportunity for you, and it's a great opportunity for the college. Thank you for bringing it on.
Thank you so much.
So I just want to,
David, hold on a second.
I just want to say thanks again for allowing us a moment to share with you. Our student athletes are delivering championships at every level: academic excellence, community impact. I'm grateful to Dr. Sanders, Dr. Tran, and everyone at MJC for their continued support. I'm very proud of our coaches. I'm very proud of our faculty, our support staff, the facilities team, and the student athletes as we look forward to continuing being one of the driving forces for the community and for the college and the district goals. Thanks again for your time and for your support. Appreciate all of you.
Other comments from the board?
I love this presentation. Thank you. I would love the 4 women in track and field. If you would mind sharing your name, your major, and your plans in life, I'd love to know more about you and
And your events.
your events. Tell us more.
Hi guys, my name is Shaylin Roy Williams. I'm majoring in psychology. I plan to go to Cal Berkeley to continue in track and field, and I did the 100, 200, 4x1, 4x4, and long jump. Hello, my name is Julia Pedretti. I'm a child development major. I participated in the heptathlon, discus, and shot put, and I plan to attend a university that I will pick soon.
Any relation to the Pedrettis in Turlock?
Yes, that's my grandpa and my family.
Very nice. For those who don't know, Pedretti Field is a very popular field in the city of Turlock. Please.
Hello, my name is Jada Arona, and I did the 4x1 and the 4x4 at the meet, and I'm a business major, and I plan on attending a 4-year.
Hello, my name is Savannah Brown. I'm a biology major, and I was a leg on the 4x100 relay.
On behalf of the board, we're really proud of you. Any other comments from the board? Trustee Garrett, no?
Well, I want to personally say thank you to David and everybody. Please, we want to congratulate you. We want to celebrate you. So there's cupcakes and treats for our track and field and also wrestler, please. And our future YCCD student sitting on the lap of his dad right there. He was with us in Sacramento. He's with the team all the time. So congratulations, coaches and players. Thank you.
Now we'll move on to association reports. And the first is faculty liaison to the board, Professor Choi. Okay. Now we're going to the academic senate activity reports, Professor Andel.
I had a head cold for about a month, so my voice still isn't all that great. I'll try to speak up. Trustee Garrett, thank you very much. You're always so thoughtful with those comments on people submitting their letters of resignation. Phil, even though I'm retirement, yeah. Even though I'm very honored by those words, I felt a little bit odd because you guys are stuck with me for about another 15 months. So
We like that.
retirement's in May of 27, but I'll absorb your comments anyway. Thank you. Enjoyed coffee with Trustee Davis and Professor Choi. I plan on reaching out to the rest of you. You've always been very generous with your time. I just feel a little reserved right now because things are so busy and I don't want to overschedule anything, but thank you for always being available. I'll be reaching out to you folks on it. We continue to develop our Columbia College 26-27. And very pleased that President Red Wings included the College Council in a substantial way on that. So thank you for that. And then last, our Columbia College Senate has been discussing the cross-campus registration that we're doing, right? There's a lot of benefits to that, obviously. A little bit of concern at Columbia, for example, with our limited course offerings and say some of the high demand classes, math, right? We heard the numbers at one of the district council meetings that at MJC, math is like way demanded. So a little bit of concern in those circumstances. Will some of the MJC students sort of push Columbia College students out, and take those seats with our limited number of sections? It's not like everybody's losing sleep over it, but President Red Wing and President Sanders agreed to attend one of our Senate meetings and have a discussion with us on that and sort of respond to some concerns. I think that's it. Yep. Thank you.
Professor Flores, welcome back.
Good evening. I'm happy to be back representing faculty at this meeting. There have been several academic senate meetings since the last time I was in front of you all, so there's quite a bit to update you on. The Senate AI work group has had 2 successful meetings where we have identified connections between AI and Academic Senate 10+1 purview so that we can prioritize deliverables for the semester. We're also sending a request to the State Academic Senate to conduct a presentation based on our needs as a district so that we can bring in Columbia College faculty as well. Second, I would like to acknowledge the work of our faculty accreditation co-chair, Aisha Saleh, for her work in writing the ACCJC accreditation follow-up report, highlighting all of the hard work done by online faculty to meet the RSI expectations. Also, I want to thank Alexandria Aiello, who in her very first semester being a faculty member at MJC, took on the RSI training of all of MJC online faculty. So she is a brave soul and did it with such a grace, and she's just a really great person. We're lucky to have her. It took faculty, administrators, and classified professionals working cooperatively to get this work done. So I would like to thank everyone involved, and thank you for passing it today. We're very excited about that. Another topic on our Senate agenda recently was the district strategic plan. While faculty appreciated that ideas were prepared for constituent review, there were concerns and some questions as to when the document would move from a summary of ideas to a full-fledged plan. Specific points mentioned were that our transfer students were not highlighted in the same way as our CTE students were. And in addition, there were questions about how the board will be making clear connections to the state's Vision 2030 plan and additions of measurable priorities. The expectation is that instead of listening sessions, the district will create a committee out of the district council to ensure meaningful constituent participation in the creation of the district strategic plan in consideration of the required alignment between the district and the college long-term planning. The Senate was also provided with an update that marketing will now be centralized through the district. Faculty have expressed concern that there will be additional obstacles for events organized by faculty. There is a continued desire for a survey to be sent out to MJC as a space to share specific concerns with the current process for acquiring partnerships with the marketing department before it's implemented as a district level process. Lastly, I need to conclude my report with the faculty direction I received today regarding addressing the vandalism of the Pride flag outside of our Pride Center. The purpose of the Pride Center is to provide a safe space for belonging and community. This incidence of vandalism is deeply concerning and has led to not only a fear for our students within the LGBTQ+ community, but also the faculty who now have an added layer of fear for our safety. I'm aware that there's a plan to address this incident. However, there is a need among concerned faculty and students to do more. According to the California Department of Justice, a hate crime is a crime against a person, group, or property motivated by the victim's real or perceived protected social group. The act of vandalizing a flag representative of LGBTQ+ identities clearly falls within this definition, and a report to the Modesto Police Department is required. On behalf of the faculty whom I represent, I urge the district to take this incident seriously before further hate escalates on our campus. This concludes my report.
Leadership Team Advisory Council, Samantha McCarty. Here, okay. YFA, Professor Optimism 1.
Good evening, Chancellor Tran and the Board of Trustees. Once again, I'm all about love and good cheer. And I'm happy to show you my new YFA polo shirts. There are now 200+ such pieces of clothing being worn on all our campuses to show our solidarity. It's also worth noting that this is the second time in a week that I've tucked in my shirt. The first being at the Hearts United Gala, which was a real hit. Not the tucked in, not my suit, the event. Anyway, I'm also happy to report that YFA's most recent negotiation session was perhaps our most encouraging. It wasn't so much that we got everything we wanted, it was more the sense of collegiality and working together to come to a consensus that was born of our meeting in person. Therefore, I hope to continue meeting face to face. Finally, while we did get the district's proposals the afternoon before our morning meeting, which was an improvement I appreciate, I also hope the district team will give us their proposals with enough time for us to thoughtfully consider them before we meet, let's say 2 days ahead. That concludes my report.
Thank you. Moving on to the classified Senate activity reports, the Columbia College Classified Senate President Glenn Mahowski. Welcome.
Good evening, everybody. We were able to hold a joint Senate meeting with the Academic Senate to review the facility master plan. There was some concerns that were raised by it from classified. I understand that this plan is very much in its infancy and it's going to take quite some time before we see that cross the finish line, but some of the things that were brought up were just some more clarity as the plan develops, which I'm sure you all want as well. If there's any kind of significant deviation from the original footprint, that be communicated prior, and also that there were some buildings that are slated for removal on there. So some of the constituents wanted to know what the plan was for housing the individuals for those buildings being removed. So that was the general consensus of concern there, outside of other popular opinion that I'm sure you'll hear about later. We also have been able to work with, in College Council, we are currently working to devise a plan to be able to allow students to have access to spaces after hours. We're trying to be very deliberate in this planning. I want to make sure that there isn't an inordinate amount of responsibility placed on the classified staff for that, mainly for our custodial staff or security staff. So I've been able to work with some of the other constituents on campus and also to try to plan out how we can do that to ensure campus safety, student safety, and that the spaces are being utilized properly for the access availability. An exciting note, so just not in terms of when we're closed, but to extend past 4:30, essentially. You know, we have other clubs that are available on campus. That's where the main ask of this is coming from, but also for some of the dorm students that might not necessarily want to go back to their room and to be able to hang out in an area that we're not going to allow them into classroom space or anything like that. But we're developing a joint resolution to be able to make sure that faculty and classified are satisfied with whatever the plan might be. You're welcome. Fun note, Candy Grams. Candy Grams raised $567 for the Classified Scholarship Fund. We sold out in about 3 hours, and we actually do have a round 2 coming. So there were some people that got to miss out. So we have 2 boxes that'll be up in the president's office for everybody that wasn't there. But we were really excited. A ton of admiration for everybody that put it on, put it together. I kind of got to show up and deliver them. It was really the work of Abby, Mackenzie, everybody else that was up there to get it done, and faculty, staff, everybody was really supportive of it. So it was exciting. And that concludes the report.
Very good, thank you. Next, the Modesto Junior College Classified Senate, Amanda Cannon.
Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak with you again. One of the things that I know that you love and I love as well, especially as a researcher, is listening to the voices of our students, hearing their experiences, hearing their fears, celebrating their wins with them, telling them that we're proud of them. So I wanted to say that we should do this every single month. We should have a student in front of us telling us about their experience so we know, we're reminded why we're here. I think that's really important. Saying that, I did want to stand in solidarity with my LGBTQ students, faculty, and fellow classified. I know that they are feeling very beaten down right now and very scared. So I wanted to just stand in solidarity with them. One of the things that we're talking about in Classified Senate is morale in general. We're looking at professional development opportunities to boost morale, maybe some opportunities for a project that would bring different factions together. We're also trying to build opportunities where we just share experiences, share collaboration, share our wins, share what we're doing well. Another thing that we wanted to thank you, one of the things we talked about was the RSI, Aisha Saleh, came to our last classified Senate meeting. She went over all of the things that they have done, faculty have done, and that she did as the writer for the RSI thing, because we were not necessarily in the know of that at the time. She was amazing, and we appreciate that, and thank you for passing that this evening. We have been in discussions regarding the strategic plan. We've talked about it in classified Senate as well as College Council. A timeline was shared with us of feedback that would be coming to us for our opportunity. We look forward to doing that with you. We do have some feedback that we would like to share with you, and maybe some clarification that we'd love to understand, knowing that we don't know everything that's being discussed. And that concludes my report. Do you have anything for me?
Do not. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, now we'll move over to the Student Senate activity reports. Is Samantha Jenner here? No? How about Celeste Randolph? Okay. What's that? Oh. Please.
Let me pull it up.
Thank you.
Okay. Hello, my name is Juliana Coronado. I am the Director of Student Relations, and I'm going to read out Celeste's report. Good evening, Yosemite Community College Board of Trustees. Unfortunately, I cannot make it to this board meeting due to being in the MJC Speech Night. Over the last month, we hosted Club Rush, volunteered, and tabled at the African American Education Conference. We have our first ASMJC project coming up, Lunar New Year's, woo! This event is next Thursday, February 19th. There will be a dragon dance, red envelopes with $2 bills, and a photo booth. We'd like to thank Interim Chancellor Lena Tran and the MJC Foundation for their help. Our next events are Glow in the Dark Night, which is a collaboration with MJC Science Night on March 6th at 7 p.m. A 100-year tree ceremony, a commemoration to the tree planted 100 years ago by World War I veterans on March 10th at 10 and 11 a.m. Multicultural Day will be on March 13th from 5 p.m. to 8 p.m. Women's Empowerment will have photos with Penelope along with a forum on March 19th at 4 p.m. I also wanted to express concerns to an uptick in anti-LGBTQ rhetoric in the last year. Just yesterday, the Pride flag in front of the Pride Center was destroyed. I want the board to notice and act on these issues. All students deserve to feel protected and included, especially our LGBTQ students. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, California School Employees Association, Tracy Gilman. Welcome.
Very little to say tonight. However, I'm still nervous. Good evening, Chancellor.
You did good the first time. Don't be nervous.
I know this is our second of 12 meetings, and I'm still nervous. So.
No, you're counting them down.
I am. I actually am. I don't have much to share with you tonight. I did want to take a moment to thank you for your grace again. I am grateful and hopeful that we are heading into our final negotiations meeting on February 19th. With everybody at the table. This year's negotiations process has truly been a learning experience for me, and I appreciate the time, effort, and collaboration for all that were involved. I also want to clearly state that CSEA does not condone any acts of violence towards any groups on campus, and we stand with our LGBTQ+ members, faculty, classified staff, and students, and fully support them. Every member of our campus community deserves to feel safe, respected, and valued. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Okay, now moving on to 8.3, presentations, Interim Chancellor Tran.
All right, I have a few items tonight. First, congratulations for a very successful event at the gala, the Student United, and thank you so much for your support. I think everybody came out, the community. It was a great way just to re-engage and bring in the foundations together with the district. So thanks to our sponsors, internal, external support. And so far, this is the rough numbers, but that night we raised $8,000 just that night. But in total, with the sponsorships and everything, we're looking about 50 to 60,000. It's not finalized, and then we have to deduct all the expenses, but well done, and thank you so much. We didn't know the photo booth was so popular, and Kim was working it, but everybody looked beautiful. Everybody had a great time. So thank you so much. We look forward to another event next year, similarly. And then this past week, I was in DC with our board to advocate in Washington, DC. And one of the things we did talk about is how do we get recognized for our growth? So at the state level as well as the federal level, because we have to recognize for our hard work. So just know that myself and the board is really fighting for our growth so that we can serve our students. The other thing is, everybody, thank you so much for your thoughtful comments about the YCCD strategic plan. It is the first step. So I even missed notes from the board. So everybody, what you see will add to it, and we will have a further discussion in cabinet. Then we'll bring it to the district council to lay out. This is what it is. Remember, the board says what we're looking at, and we develop the how, because each college will be different, but the board will also have the how at the district as well. So just please be patient. We'll roll it out, and then we'll go step by step. But thank you so much for your thoughtful comment and feedback. So the fun part, everybody, as you know, we are preparing for the Lunar New Year celebration. The first of the new year is actually on this coming February 17 on Tuesday. So it's the year of the horse. So if you are born in 1930, 42, 54, 66, 78, 80, 02, and 14, and this year, year of the horse. So this is what we believe in. Usually with each animal, there's traits that come with it. So if you're born in the year of the horse, this is your strength: energetic, active, independent, freedom-loving, confident, hardworking, goal-oriented, social, lively, and good communications. But some of the challenges that who is the year of the horse, by the way? Oh, right, okay. I was like, why am I reading year if nobody's the year of the horse, right? So these are the challenges, my good horse friends out there. Impatient at times, can be impulsive, quick-tempered, dislike routine or feeling restricted, and you lose interest if you're not challenged. So look if your horse, if this is true, everybody. But it is so great, and we hope that you can join us on next Thursday to celebrate the Lunar New Year with us. And on that note, it is also a lot of love, like Op says. So please, everybody, have a wonderful extended weekend celebrating Valentine's Day as well as President's Day. And that's my report. And now I would turn it to our president, Dr. Redwing.
Thank you, Dr. Tran. Good evening, trustees, President Richards, Vice President Davis, Interim Chancellor Tran, along with district staff, college colleagues, and community members. Thank you for the opportunity to provide my 7th Columbia College Board report. I also am counting. There's a lot of great news to share this month. For starters, our basketball team welcomes students, alumni, families, and community members to the Oak Pavilion on Saturday evening, January 31st, for a special Pack the Pavilion K-16 event, drawing a capacity crowd for a Central Valley Conference men's basketball matchup against Fresno City, with Columbia College earning an 85-60 victory in front of a full house. What stood out was the level of support from everyone in attendance, said Athletic Director Juan Lopez. Seeing the pavilion filled with students, families, alumni, and community members means a great deal to our student athletes. It reminds them that they are part of something bigger, a college that believes in their growth, leadership, and success. Columbia College's men's basketball team is one of the most successful college programs in California. David's still here. Okay. With 11 Central Valley Conference championships, and we are winning a lot, undefeated since we lost to MJC. And so we hope to see our sister college again this season on the basketball court, this time in the playoffs. All right. Last week at the college, a call to entrepreneurship went to all employees and students, inviting innovators, change makers, and future leaders across the Sierra region to answer a call to the entrepreneurial spirit, a unique opportunity designed to cultivate creativity, applied learning, and community-centered problem solving. Through our K-16 Educational Collaborative, Columbia College is launching a series of regional challenges that encourage participants to identify real-world problems, imagine bold solutions, and bring their ideas to life. To spearhead these efforts, Columbia College is looking for entrepreneurs in residence, open to those with backgrounds in starting and sustaining organizations, innovation development, intellectual property, prototyping, funding, and scaling ventures. These serial starters will work with a group of Columbia College student entrepreneurs to create a regional ecosystem of innovation, programming, and mentoring centered at the college, but involving a wide variety of K-16 partners. Education is the most powerful engine for innovation and betterment we have as a society, and we highly encourage learners of all ages to transform their curiosity into action and inspire others to do the same. If you have an innovative mindset, find yourself constantly creative, proactive, adaptive, and determined, maybe a horse, right? To make things better, we invite you to consider helping us coach student teams of all ages through the innovation cycle as entrepreneurs in residence, open to all signs, including horses. There's also great news to share about the launching of the Home Health Aide Spring 26 cohort and the Medical Assistant Fall 26 cohort at Columbia College. We're excited to see the continued growth and expansion of our healthcare pathways. Our academic All-American athletes, our entrepreneurial spirit, and our continued drive to serve our community in transformative ways are just a few of the reasons that Columbia College stands by a core belief. Every learner matters, and the resources to support them must be fully funded. As demand for our programs continue to grow, we cannot turn away our community seeking education and economic mobility without undermining our core mission. For this reason, the college, under the leadership of Dr. Tran, is making a concerted push with legislators and statewide decision makers in a variety of opportunities to talk about funding growth, particularly the growth of our rural community college. Continued investment in our student translates directly into stronger communities, a more innovative workforce, and expanded pathways to economic mobility. Finally, this semester brings a new highlight. We're moving on from last semester's history to a Back to the Future segment. As you know, the film series by the same name was filmed in Tuolumne County, so this nostalgic slant seems appropriate. Did you know, for example, that during our inaugural year in September of 1968, that Columbia College offered an aviation program at the AirTac base at Columbia College? This included classes in private and commercial pilot ground school and instrument ratings for preparation for FAA examination on flight rules, radio navigation, communications, and meteorology. Other certificate programs in 1968 included real estate, supervisory training, correctional science, and law enforcement, as well as a carpentry program that included a 4-year paid apprenticeship in everything from blueprint reading and form construction to framing, heavy timber, and concrete work. Stay tuned next month for more blasts from the past about the great science program at Columbia College. Thank you for the opportunity to share about our present work, our future plans, and the past we seek inspiration from. This concludes my 7th board report.
Thank you. And President Sanders at a conference, and he included his report in your binder. Thank you.
Okay, moving on, items 8.4 travel report and 8.5 administrative procedures are for information only. So we will now move on to board comments. Any requests for future agenda items? Yes.
Yes, so for the future, I'd like to create a discussion/action item to limit the sourcing of our food as trustees to our food services departments, both from MJC and Columbia College.
Thank you. Anyone else? Okay, now we'll go to comments from the board, starting with Trustee Aguilar. Anything? Trustee Beggs? Trustee Garrett?
So President Red Wing, I'm glad you brought that up about the FAA classes because MJC used to offer those classes. And I took them, and it helped me pass my written exams for FAA pilot license. And I encourage anybody, if you have that opportunity, there's no greater feeling in the world, once you get over the fear of it, is to find yourself up in the air and flying around. It's a great feeling. In fact, the
We may
instructor.
be trying to build that opportunity. I think that.
Yeah, because there's a huge demand coming for commercial airline pilots. It's an unmet need nationally. So yeah, as a side note, my instructor, who I met there, he was a World War II bomber pilot. So yeah, he was a hard person to learn from. Anyway, I unfortunately was not at the gala event. But I was happy to make a sizable donation to the cause, and so I'm glad to hear that it went well, and that's great news, and I'm glad that we're going to have similar events into the future. So that concludes my reports. Thank you.
Trustee Hinton, anything? Trustee Hinton, anything? No? Okay. Trustee Nicolau. Vice President Davis?
Yes, I appreciated the presentations this evening. I was disturbed to hear that Pride flag was taken down or vandalized from the Pride Center. And I'm just, whoever did that, who do you think you are? That shouldn't be something that occurs on campus. Whatever your ideology is, pro or against, you leave other people's stuff alone. And that's how it should be. I do want to mention that we had the opportunity to go to Sacramento and visit with legislators, and I was thoroughly impressed with our chancellor and both of our presidents as they sat and shared the good things that are going on in our colleges and make requests of our leaders that were reasonable, well thought out, concise, and we really received warm welcomes from each of the assembly members and state senators that we spoke with, and I was pleased. I thought you guys represented yourselves, our college, our students very well. So thank you for that.
Trustee Gutierrez, anything?
Yes, so I had an amazing experience going to UC Merced again for microplastic research with President Red Wing, as well as other students from Modesto Junior College and Columbia College, and working with students from Stan State as well. Right now, we're moving into our, what is it, season 6, maybe, something like that. But yeah, we're starting a new episode. It's our pilot episode of looking at microplastics and macrophages consuming microplastics within a body of liquid and within the human body, which is pretty neat. And I hope to continue that research and maybe one day also look at how it affects plants in agricultural production and the structure and health of plants and the soil. And let's also look at, sorry, I'm gonna have to open up my notes for this one. Sorry, so at Columbia College, I'm not going to name the building as to not create alarm, but there is a building that is currently sagging due to the structural instability. And it is quite alarming because I hope that we can be able to fix this issue. As if you were to drop a marble on the floor, you'd see it roll to one end. And yeah, so that one's pretty neat, right? And let's also look at our club rush that we had the other day. We had TPUSA and YAF, and they're representing or trying to say that they represent MJC. And that is alarming because it is a defaming of our character as an institution, as obviously we are here to protect our LGBTQ plus students as well as our undocumented students. As a California community college, we are here to serve these undocumented students and LGBTQ. This is unacceptable as we allow hate speech and to defame the character of our undocumented students by generalizing them as murderers and villains on our campus. I would not be here as an immigrant. Do I look like a murderer? Thank you.
Okay, I have a few comments. Dr. Tran and Emily Lawrence, congratulations on a successful gala. I didn't attend, but my wife did, and she said it was terrific. We also made a contribution, Trustee Garrett. And I also want to share with you that I had the pleasure of accompanying the Chancellor to Washington, D.C., and you would have been so proud. We met with the Department of Education, we met with all of our representatives, and I think some good things are ahead, but she really represented us well. Okay, the next regular meeting of the Board of Trustees will be held on Wednesday, March 11th, 2026. The meeting at close, our session starts at 3. This meeting is adjourned at 6:55.
Please grab a cup.